All right, good morning. Hope we are doing well. We are here for the Thunderpick action. And Charlie, we've got some decider matches on our screens today. But before we kind of take a deep dive into that, how are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I mean, feeling good about things. Sort of last week, mainly on some South American action, so sort of nice to have a bit of a change of pace every now and again. But I mean, I enjoyed a lot of that. We got to watch some very fun Counter Strike, and hoping that at least that is one thing that stays the same today.
Yeah. Look, I think at the moment, I think a lot of teams and all of these games, they're going to be looking to kind of progress and looking to survive, I guess, because it is elimination as well. I love the decider games. I think when you look at a lot of these matches as well, I think there is that kind of idea of, well, actually, who's going to take it? Unity, Entropy going into this event, they're ranked 128th, 129th. Misa and Bebop, they're on a similar level, as are Los Kogutos and X-Mana. I think the one game where there is a slight imbalance would be State against Fortress, obviously that being our first matchup for today. But look, a bit of a Danish derby to kick things off, always a nice one to see. But Charlie, why don't we take a bit of a deep dive into the rosters? We've got Fortress here. Obviously, this is a team that I don't think either one of us have actually been able to see personally. I guess it feels like this is going to be a tough series for them. Obviously, we've seen this head-to-head, but as well before, just a few days ago. Obviously, that was the opening game. So I think Fortress, they could be a strong team. But what are we thinking about this roster?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we obviously saw the head-to-head recently. We saw it a couple of months ago as well. Both times being very similar to one another. State relatively comfortable 2-0 for them. So, yeah, I mean, this Fortress team is certainly going to want to see if they can get that one up on them. But look, I don't actually think these series, and for a side like Fortress, it's all doom and gloom losing to a team like State, where they are far more experienced, and Fortress constantly have it. It's almost constantly this test of, this is where I need to get to. This is where we need to get to as a team. This is our next step. And it feels like with them playing up against one another every couple of months, hopefully we start to see these scorelines get a little bit closer. But yeah, like you said, having actually got to watch this team play in Anthony Cast, been in a lot of the closed qualifiers, good few exits from there. They're in Series 6 CCT closed qualifiers, struggled to make it through there, losing to Sword Youngsters and that Enjoy side. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing today. Form hasn't been great. Like I said, seeing those close qualifiers, some of their results there, it certainly leaves a lot more to be desired, but this is crunch time now. This is that, like you said, that decider match. We saw them best at Inner Circle Academy side in the elimination game, have a bit more fight to them in what was actually a super brawling series between those two teams. So hopefully they show that same resilience again, otherwise it'll be another relatively early exit from an event from this Fortress team.
Yeah, look, for Fortress, we've seen this team, we've seen this head-to-head. I'm interested to see what the Vetoes have to say, but we'll go on to State first. Obviously, this is a team that we have been able to see for quite some time. They've recently brought in Queenix, who his form going into this team and joining this team hasn't been perfect, but the four maps we've seen from him, brilliant 1.13 rating. We're going to be looking at Slime. We're going to be looking at Xanto to be these difference makers. Quez as well certainly does have that ability. I think Patty, the expectation is, look, he's not going to be putting up crazy numbers, but definitely can have some key performances here or there. But I'm interested about the Veto, because we've seen a bit of a change in Veto here from Fortress in the two games that we've seen, because we've seen this head-to-head twice in the last month. State picked Nuke. Fortress picked Inferno, they lost. State picked Nuke. Fortress picked Cash, and they lost. So whether we're going to see a change today is the question. I'd like to see Cash again. We will see Cash again, not as the pick, but as the decider. But what are you thinking about the Ancient pick? Do you think this is the right selection here for Fortress, or do you think this maybe has a bit of risk about it?
I mean, look, it feels like they're sort of chopping and changing, trying to find something that sticks. We've actually seen them pick Cash on a few different occasions. Hasn't quite worked out for them. They've, in a fair few series, that they've actually been the ones to look to opt to pick it. It still hasn't gone their way. They've played it 4 times. They've lost it 4 times. Only one game getting relatively close double digits. That was against that Inner Circle Academy team. I've just got to watch quite a lot of Cash recently. It seems like a lot of those teams in South America are more than willing to pick it up. It feels like Cash, Nuke near enough every series. So that was fun to watch. Getting to watch Nuke again is going to be a good opener. look, I don't know if Engine's necessarily going to be the sort of magic formula that Fortress need, but I don't mind that it's okay that they've tried this, hasn't worked. They tried this, it hasn't worked either. Third time's the charm potentially, and still, while they're starting to work out their vetoes in these officials and starting to work them out against some of these better teams, it feels like there will be a lot of movement until maybe they start to make a few more events, start to get out of the close qualifiers, start to make some deeper runs. But for now, Cash has been relatively decent for them in the 4 games that they have played it. Obviously, a lot of teams that aren't quite on the level of State yet, but hopefully that doesn't change what this game could become.
No, I think the fact that they've still got Cash in the veto as well is an interesting one. But we'll be heading into the action now on Nuke, obviously, first map of this series. It is the pick of State. I think we are expecting things to work out quite nicely here for State. But look, big series now, elimination on the line for Fortress. I think a bit of a grudge match as they've played State twice and lost to them both times in a 2-0 fashion. But I think this gets exciting now. This gets crunch time, doesn't it?
Mentally into this pistol, Queenix on the T side. DT's advancing up through ramp. In the flank for Fortress here, but we'll see how much impact it has as has been able to spot this out and back away slightly. Lassie will be the one to peek into the CTs, in fact, so fully aware now towards the lobby, and the kills are all going the way of the CTs here. This is a simple pistol at the end of the day. Gunfight is given up to the lobby players who, just their presence alone, clearly made Stake sweat a little bit there.
Do you think it's even right to reinvest here? They didn't get any kills. Yeah, you get the bottom plant, but you've not gotten any frags. I think it's probably just best to go for the eco. It depends. If you're a team that's second round force, whether you get the bomb plant or not, obviously it's not really going to change their decision. But yeah, that's a really poor round from State. The fact they get the bomb down and then just lose the 5v5 straight away, though. State calling for the tac pause. Now this I do like.
Yeah, I was going to say I wouldn't mind the force if they have sort of rhyme and reason behind it, and it seems that's what they're discussing now, exactly the best way to make use of these pistols. This Galil that they have, obviously they're going to be up against 5 rifles. Fortress very much looking to bring weaponry out to sort of future-proof these rounds, try to see if they can alleviate a bit of pressure up against what is inevitably and very likely going to be a force buy. But tac pause called. Fair bit of util on this T side as well. I suggest it's not going to be something instantly out of the gates. I think they're going to see if they can slow things down just to a degree. Another freeze time here. Double freeze time.
Yeah, an interesting one. I don't really love the do Fortress need to have attack pause? I don't know.
I don't actually know if they just literally double freeze time.
Yeah, they said they called it timeout.
There you go.
But it could have been technical, I'm not too sure. No, it was tactical, okay. Look at Bran. Could get caught here massively. Wider swing from the Tech 9. Queenix will get that kill. Greeny. It's already rotated down. Contact now taken towards lobby. This is going to get awkward. The T's and CTs have swapped position. Slide. He'll get one. Can recover the rifle. Very deep positioning here. Buka Bedre already in lobby. Although they've got the man advantage here, State don't feel comfy because low HP for Queenix. Slime's 2 bullets away from death as well. Patty has fortunately gone and gotten this rifle, but shots aren't connecting at the moment. King Shield can find Slime quite easily, and no trade seed. no damage taken, or barely any damage taken from King Shield. So you kind of sat here going, well, what was the point of that? Taking that fight towards outside has netted very little.
I think they're just trying to regroup with the bomb. I think that's the difference. Queen
20 seconds. They're going to head towards A. It's going to be contact toward... Surely they head A. I think it's contact towards... Yeah, it's contact towards B. It's opening the doors. What have you? They need to clear out. Great trade from Patty. That's a huge trade there. One will be able to get planted, but I love the idea of just opening single door, heading back up the vent. Obviously, the trade there is so key, but it's a 2-on-2. No defuse kit at the moment, I don't believe. So this retake has that element of difficulty. Flashbang's now been picked up, so they've got 3 of those for this retake. Patty's got a couple as well, both on the back of the bomb site, and the CTs are going to recognize this. Surely they realize this. Granny pushing into the bomb site now, spotted. Hot player as well. Zanto gonna get found. Nice trade from Granny, and there is enough time for the defuse. So Fortress, they double up with just the one survivor, though. Surely State are going to be drawn in for another investment here.
I mean, it's certainly a conversation, but this is their map pick at the end of the day. And there's always a debate in terms of how much do you want to sacrifice. Do you want to keep on going for these force buys to a point where your loss bonuses is at max, really? But equally, then it gives Fortress maybe a little bit more than they should be taken against State from the get-go. So they are going to go for the half buy here. Still certainly can deal some damage. That's going to be the main goal, considering, like you said, only one survivor for Fortress. Money instantly be blitzed back to minor amounts, as this looks a bit chaotic, but first towards outside, playing amongst the smokes. Player nearby, flashbang out towards ramp room. Greeny will find one before Queenix can get the trade. Flashbang not quite strong enough for them, but Shield peeks back in. Flashbang lands his way. Shield will find a pick as well as the bomb finally jumps on down towards the mini ramp. But Eagle of Slime won't be the one to connect. It's actually Alto's Tech 9, but look at the HP of these 2 ramp players now. Sure, Quirts has a bit more to work with.
Oh,
okay.
Zanto. That's confident peeking on 12 HP. He gets that pick, and now we've got Arsk and Big Krabedre. They rotated down. Arsky goes down the ladder. That's a quick pick, but he can instantly get back on the angle. And Zanto, 13 points of health combined here. Slime slowly taking space now towards lobby. Oh, Arsky's got a great bit of awareness here. Just tagged out. Zanto repositioning towards ramp. Could get found here. Excellent round, but it's going to be about timing here. Arsk holding the angle, but he can round the corner now. Oh, he's been spotted. Arsk in the cubby. How has he got the awareness to look elsewhere? But kill has been found. Smoke on the bomb. This is a half buy here that can get very costly. Extra Bedre. Oh, slashing through the smoke. Extra Bedre will get off the defuse and counterline Zanto. It's awkward for a moment there. Great round out of Zanto. Again, a very costly round here for the CTs.
And look, that was just the half part from State. So they're going to be coming into this one with weaponry. Knowing that Fortress, those funds have been reduced. This is the chance for State to potentially bounce back in, like what you pointed out a couple of times, this Danish derby. I've seen nuke on both occasions that these 2 teams face against one another. State certainly making this one their own map, at least in most games. And it's tough to disagree when their win rate is as good as it is. Played it 6 times, won it 5 of them. And the loss they had as well, very close. Taken. Quirts will be found, despite this one being the first weapon round for State, and with how close the last couple have become. Pretty big expectations for this.
That's a great kill. Oh, Queenix can find Vector and Bedre as well. Zanto just toying with the doors. Ult for King Shield. Brand aggressing. Molly forcing him forward. Mac 10 taking contact. That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, that.
Well, first gun round for State, and it will be victorious for them. Ask. It towards Ram. There is one kill found. So one step could cost him his life, but he's continuing to find success here. Pops over to this rifle, assumes Slimes evacuated the facility, so we'll still go down with the ship, and nice couple of kills at the end. But what has this done overall to the CTs now? 5-7 out. We do have a mass, but that will be the only rifle alongside the AWP purchased.
Yeah, look, this is all because, you know, State, you look at that half bite, brought it down to a 1v1. You look at their kind of third round investment, and it's a fast play towards A. I love the idea. Absolutely brilliant. Effectively round over now. We see the nade in the smoke, but the AWP won't spot anything. The FAMAS as well towards outside, and they're just going to be re-smoking here towards main. Nothing can be done, and Fortress forced to save.
Yeah, at least try to keep some of this equipment alive in the next. It's going to have to be the eco if you do fall short. I mean, State, it'd be interesting if they opt to search for these weapons at all, or if they will respect it, because there's some danger about this buy that Fortress do have.
Look, Charlie, I think the one issue that Fortress have shown in the two previous games on Nuke here against State is they've started off really well. You know, we've seen that, and we've seen that before. You know, we saw a 4-1 start on the CT side. We saw a 3-0 start on the CT side. But they ended up just capitulating, you know, just only getting a handful of rounds after. So I think the problem is Fortress, they can win the pistols, they can get a good early start, but eventually State will just come and dominate, whether they win the half on the T side. Their CT side looks so stable, especially when against Fortress. So I think at the moment, Fortress, they've had the early 3 rounds, and ultimately I think they have had moments where they looked really good individually, but there's also been some errors. King Shield, though, that's a nice find onto Quez. With this just being the half buy here, that's your best chance of winning the round. You get the opening pick, you try and find a recovery of the weapon. Look at the positioning here. Brand. Queenix is aware of this. That is crazy. Recognizing that this could be a problem, and will find. These smokes are going to fade, though. Queenix, he's got the bomb. Fortunately, no one is towards outside. They're all in lobby. Timing now for State to head towards B would be perfect.
It's King Shield. I can have something to say about this, though. Or trading on the angle, smoke will be thrown out towards single door. Just to leave a bit of suspicion is State actually just going to pivot over towards A. Oh, King Shield, you're nearby. I'll just avoid you at all costs then. I should find them both from behind. He finds the first USB, eventually will be cleaned up by his teammate. Out from heaven, King Slime. Again, this is another round. Just save this all. Nothing can be done. Back away, try to keep it into the next. It's interesting you were speaking of sort of Fortress's good starts on these maps, or inverse. Obviously, State having a bit of a tough time from the get-go. Probably do have to look at State's pistol rounds, actually. They've got a pretty horrific win rate in terms of pistols on this map. Considering how good their form is, it shows that, look, these guys have weapon rounds in play, that they will dominate you. They will win. It's just, yeah, maybe there's just some of the finer details that they still need to work on. Maybe some half buys, maybe some pistols. Rounds that you can quite easily forget about how important they are. But look, State lose the first three off the back of the pistol. As soon as weapons are in play, they find 3 in response.
The irony is, as well, is you can go, well, Fortress, well, they clearly have worked on pistols. A third of the pistol rounds, well, State only win a third of the pistol rounds that are played. Fortress win 2/3 of the pistol rounds that they play on Nuke. It does help that 2 of the 3 matches that they played have been against State, so that's why those stats kind of work so nicely. But a bit of a crunch in lobby with these SMGs. It's worked out nicely. Queenix has gone and picked up the bomb. They'll be able to get down towards Secret, but already down the vent is Bukara Bedre. So, all the Raptor Garage. This is a really nice call. The expectation is Secret, or maybe they'll double back towards lobby, but no one is ready for this. They could go and head down the ramp, but going up heaven is clearly the better play. Kind of keep the range advantage you'll have on these SMGs, and a bit of a surprise factor as well. Still very cautious, our state. Clearing very carefully. Still got plenty of utility here, so Molotovs could be used. There you go, they spot out the first. Quez maybe should have just lined up the headshot, but Molly and Hut. Quez can send one towards Vent. That'll be a big problem. Okay, well, Ask, he's able to get a pick. Smoke down at Squeaky. Flashbang coming through as well. Orb in play. Slime under pressure. There is another in secret as well. He's gone silent. That's Bukra Bedre, but Granny, that's an excellent find. The nade. Not only finding Ask, but softening as well. And Slime just tucked away in the corner. Bukra Bedre kind of got a free kill here. Will be traded out by Quez. No defuse kit. Quez has to recognize this. Doesn't even check at some point, but Granny's just tapped. And with the shots back, he knows it's not going to be the defuse. So Quez, they will win the round here. Nice round from Quez. He gets a triple. It's his first 3 kills of the game, though, Charlie. That's the big issue. Quez has been very quiet.
Yeah, and even still, sort of pick the best moment to show up at the very least. State streak is continuing. One of the closer rounds the Fortress have been able to bring it down to. Recently, more often than not, State have at least kept a few players alive in terms of their round victories, but Packpaw's being called from State now, just as they are looking to find their 5th in a row. I mean, I never mind when teams do this. I'm more than down if you think you've got a way to keep the momentum going, by all means. But yeah, Quest had a pretty tough time before that. Barely even getting involved ADR-wise. I mean, better late than never to show up, of course. Obviously, this State side being a roster that's been with one another for a little bit longer now. So, majority of this team, apart from Queenix, the better part of a year. Got a lot of games under their belt that had some pretty decent results in there as well. It's just trying to make that a next step. So making sure they're getting out of close qualifiers all the time. They're having some deeper runs recently. Still sort of struggling to actually make it into the CCT Swiss Day. That seems to be their bogey event, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, this is a side that we love to see some deeper playoff runs. And this could be another event for them to do so here. Apart from that loss to Lazer Cats. Very easy time against Fortress from the opening game, and this could be their chance to obviously advance even further in this event, so they can push themselves through. It will be a very interesting playoff run. Obviously, someone like Queenix as well, adding a ton of experience to this team. One Tricks, Gladiators, Ecstatic. AAB eligible recently, only for a short stint though.
I think this is going to be the pivotal round here for State. I think if they win it, they go and just comfortably win the map. I think for Fortress, there is still the idea that they can find success here. Bukra Bedre going to be heading into the event now. Brand behind, that's a free kill there. I don't know about you, it always feels so obvious that a player's going to try and sneak into the vent. Okay, we're just going to do it again, are we? Okay, State, this is embarrassing. And he's able to get away, he's able to evade. Nade will soften heavily. There's just no time. Quez get found after the timer here. Fortress, they kind of get a bit of a free round there just from poor decision making.
Yeah, I mean, it was around the stage where I said use maybe a little too much time early. In the previous rounds that we've seen, they've at least been able to find something beforehand, get a kill here, a bit of real estate here, but that one did feel like it could go either way because of the clock. That was maybe State's biggest enemy, leading to the odd mistake here or there. Xanto towards the squeaky door. We'll push on out, we'll make his way down the vents. Unspotted. I mean, it certainly has to be something in the back of the CT's minds. Maybe the timing wasn't quite there. Nice fire from Brand. Slime missed AWP shot. King Shield chiming in as well. And Greenix has to back away. Got the bomb on his back, but when Bigger Bedray is offering up a freebie like that, yeah, he'll certainly go back and take it. Xanto finds King Shield, finally activating from vents. It seems like Fortress maybe weren't quite as sure of the idea as I thought they might be. So back to a 3-on-3 from this 2-man advantage that Fortress had. Patty Tommy could be great. He get a free kill outside. There's that free kill. I mean, it's just shocking the kills that State have found. None of the Fortress players have even looked at them as they've been taken down. Just good positioning from the T's. And very much picking apart at this defense. Util thrown. Player on rafters is the only defender. And 2 kills found. 1v1. Patty versus Greeny. Bomb needs to be recovered as well, but with Greeny so close towards main, Patty will swing, but he won't clear well enough. It's the fact that we see 2 kills off his players before Patty can find.
And look, Fortress, they've created some financial problems now for State. This is looking pretty nice. Then going in the half with victory now. They just need to win one more 4x versus 4x. Very doable. And investment now for State. 2 Galils, 3 AKs. Obviously, money's not perfect for Fortress either. Queenix. Nice opening kill, a lot of damage as well onto Bukra Bedray.
Questioning going down for a moment there, and his teammate falling, he is going to back away. Brand, King Shield do the same. I mean, obviously, we know that State aren't on the CT side of this map, but it's at least nice to see Fortress in this first half at the very least. Keeping up with what State have to throw them, it's certainly not a complete bloodbath.
It's the second half, Charlie, a T side that's just so poor. The only reason why Fortress's stats on Nuke don't look so bad is because when they played against Enjoy, they won 8 rounds on the T side, but they didn't find a round on their T side most recently against State, and they only found 2 when they played against them before. I think this is going to be really, really tough for Fortress. I was thinking, look, maybe they could somehow win it before, but you know, Fortress, I thought there was a chance. I thought there really was a chance, but now I think this is where maybe things are a little too far gone. And I'm saying that with State finding just 5 rounds on the T side.
I mean, I certainly think there's a good argument that yes, they can propel themselves from this point on, but it does give me a little bit more optimism for Ancient. I mean, don't get me wrong, State's form isn't brilliant, but they have played against some better teams, played against 100 Ds a couple of times, actually managed to get a win against 100 Ds as well. Did come down to the wire though, but still, they're a good side. They do, of course, have a lot to prove. But equally, a lot of what they've done as well is warranted a lot of credit. So, bomb going down here towards B. An advantage for State and Fortress, with a lot of players still lingering towards A, with one of these M4s backing away towards CT Sport. Fortress will concede 6. They're not even going to go for this.
Yeah, they want to purchase in the final round, which, look, you can completely understand. I don't really know why State aren't hunting here, though. To me, it makes kind of no sense. They should just be hunting. There's no downside.
Final round of the half. A chance for them to pile on a little bit more pressure to Fortress. You just said Patty will be the first out, but he won't be the first find. King Shield all rings down. Patty gets taken down. Molotov on the back of the bomb site. King Shield eventually falls to the flames.
Great swing out, Brand.
With the main smoke. And I mean, all the rotates are here for Fortress, in fact. It's just getting tagged down more and more. The nade will land perfectly on towards his position. So Fortress do at least bring themselves back with the final round. It's 6-6. Obviously, they did lead 3-0. More often than not, Fortress were winning rounds. So it's not just so the fashion of them. Sorry, State were winning rounds, but just the fashion of them. I don't think there was any... I just think Fortress gave themselves chances even in some of the rounds that they lost. Sure, there's a couple that did, without a doubt, go the way of Stay. But here in the second half, maybe Fortress can pull off a miracle on their T side of Nuke. That's going to be as simple as it gets. Rush towards Ram, Julies. Someone will find Danto as well. USP connects. It is a bloodbath in ramp route as the Julies of Sarlime find a couple. I think it's 3 in total. Quest from the flank will find one more.
Honestly, that is so rare where you have both pistols in a map where the CTs win it with 5 survivors. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Eco here for Fortress. Eagle on Greenie. And we'll find the first. Patty gonna go searching, maybe get a bit more than he bargained for. We'll manage to find one at least, but the M4 has been recovered. It's been backed away slightly. I wouldn't actually mind if Bukra Bedre actually just threw this weapon out of the map. Or now King Shield, I should say.
Oh, nice. Goes for it again. I don't know if the MP9 can pick it up. Oh, it's going to be close. No?
Yeah, surprised the teammate didn't sort of shoot it towards him.
Oh, ran over and thrown it? Just
yeah,
something.
To make his life a little easier.
It's not the life we're living in, I guess.
No, nothing comes free.
No.
State on top by 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a key round here for State. If they win it, to me, it kind of feels like game over. They go 10-6, and I think that's where maybe things are a little bit too far gone, but...
And already Brand being brought down to 18 HP. This is our first look at a Fortress on their T side. Why they went for the eco, or why they wanted these weapons out early. That's we'll find one. With the swivel back in time, Phoenix finds a pick going down to the flames. So 2-2 initially towards ramp as Fortress accelerate quickly down towards the lower site. And it's very simple for Fortress on the T side so far. See the ramp rush on the pistol, and the exact same thing in their first weapon round. Brand will back away here from lobby. Not having the HP he feels to fight here, but what this does mean is he can rejoin his teammates and try to strengthen up the bomb site itself in this 3-on-3. Your eye on King Shield, who will spawn out. information he's gained, push through the single goal from the CT. His time is so low though. Double, he needs a teammate. Okay, I mean, it's not going to be... Slime, like, never felt like he committed to that round. He was full secret, just holding, even after he sees Patty's doubles, doesn't make a move. It was basically a 2 versus 3 there. A Slime never got involved in that whatsoever. But they, first weapon round of the second half, they will fall short of. It comes close. I mean, from the get-go, the odds have never given Fortress a chance. I'm pretty sure even when it was 3-0 for Fortress, the odds are still pretty much identical.
Yeah, I don't think Fortress are really going to be given that much favouring.
Where's really picker there, Brand. We can get a trade at least. Again, a lot of damage dealt to a couple of these Fortress players early. Patty tries to pre-fire, but he's never commit behind it.
Can we like a weird end to this round because they're in secret, but Xanto is here. We'll have a relatively quick rotation out of Slime on the AWP, and I think that's going to be their big problem. And he's in the bomb site already because space is being taken towards lobby. The timing on this for State is so good. Pedre will find Patty. Xanto needs to take down Granny though. Trade scene. Quenix will get one, but they've pivoted. Okay. What a call. I actually can't quite believe they've pivoted up toward A, but a great call out of Fortress.
Yeah, I think it's because of the kill that we've seen from Bukra Bedre, spotting players in lobby, realizing, okay, there's probably a push through here. Might be able to actually get the bomb site for free. Likely his players were rotated down. So, yeah, Fortress, good decision making that. And again, look, it's keeping this game close. And sure, odds might be back in State. We certainly might be favouring State as well. But at the end of the day, if Fortress keep this game as close as it is, all it takes is look, one magic moment, one round that breaks the economy of State a little bit later on. But as we approach the final third of this map, the fact that Fortress are still certainly in the conversation is more than I expected from them here on Nuke.
I think Fortress at the moment, they have quite a rare opportunity to take the lead now, late in the game, on their opponent's map pick. I think this would kind of change the outcome and the expectation of this, because I don't think anyone would expect Fortress to have strength on their T side, not to this level.
The real early contact made just yet. We're approaching that 1 minute mark. We're starting to get curious. Tees are watching for this. Bedre finds Quest.
And then a second here as well.
Xanto finds one, has to fight his way back, but he's give it up.
Fair bit of damage to us, but they know that Xanto is here towards ramp.
And there is that lead by Fortress, putting themselves 4 rounds away from closing this one out. Maybe it's time State show a bit more respect to this side. This side that's got so much to prove. And time ticks down. Xanto will be able to save this weapon.
I said, don't look. They've gotten themselves the lead now, and the buy in the next isn't going to be perfect. It's going to be actually inadequate for State. We do have the AWP on Slime. He's gone for a glass cannon. Util's not perfect. It is a little bit better than I thought, actually. Obviously, Xanto being able to drop is a heavy asset to this round. But Fortress, they win this, and they've got such a chance here. And what a call. A great call to head here towards outside. You've just got Quez. Slime is pretty quick, though, down Secret. Slime. Would have maybe liked to see him go for a bit of more of an aggressive peek here. On the angle. Ooh, he's playing a bit of an off angle here. Could catch one out, but you'd assume he's going to get traded. Okay. Never mind. Arsenal not ready for that. So that's an easy opener. Very nice there for State.
Storm actually aggresses slightly more again. You can see if he eventually does get that second chance. Shield on the other side of things. Orb going searching. Shadow exposes him beforehand, and Quez will find that pick. Slime as well. One more for him. Patty gets a trade after Quez falls. And Greeny 1v4 here, so State are able to respond to a 9th. No chance at this round victory. The bomb's dropped outside of main. Just gonna see if he can find a pick or two before the round. Inevitably will go State's way. I mean, this weapon can be saved. There's enough money for Fortress to buy. But no dangers of just using every second on the clock. And they have it 9 apiece.
Still going to be a buy here, though. The money's pretty good for Fortress. They'll still be able to purchase here around number 19, but already this is a much better look for Fortress. Question is, what can they do now? They're calling for the tack pause. I wonder whether we're going to see a change of pace or maybe a kind of a differing in game plan. What do you think the right
alongside the kill he actually found? And then he chips away at a few of them. Weapon being upgraded would have been heard from Quez, knowing that players are still relatively close. Brand being flashed in. It's his turn to try to get payback, but this time Quez will find while blind. Yeah, really nice there for Quez, and he's gone and grabbed an AK in the process. King Shield going to get boosted up with the AWP, searching towards outside. We have got Slime here, but he's playing behind the generator. Oh, Queenix will find Granny. Final 2 plays towards the lobby. Surely they're not going for this. No, he's actually top lobby. So stay up to double digits. And this is where there will be a few questions posed for Fortresses of finances. With 2 players saving, there's going to be no loss bonus for them at all. While the other 3, there's not exactly a whole ton. So, crunch time for Fortress.
Right, well, we're back in the action. Bit of a blip from us, but it is a 3 versus 2. Fortress with a man advantage. Never mind. Still some issues on our side. We'll go to a break. Right, well, we're back, and we are under the impression and information that Fortress wouldn't have won that round. We are at a 10-10 scoreline. This will most likely go full 24. We could even see overtime. State, maybe not the scoreline they were expecting going into this matchup, but nice nade from Grenny. Util damage looks great. Grabedre under pressure. Xanto in a great position here, but they're going to be good doubling back. Obviously, they found Slime there with a HE. So, with that man advantage, they say, actually, we don't need to push through this ramp smoke. We don't need to take the risk of doing that. We've got the numbers.
Yeah, it might just be a pivot over towards A now. Greenix and Patty are both here. I mean, the fact that Fortress are still battling, I mean, this is what I mean. Look, although a lot of their rounds haven't necessarily been the most concrete, the cleanest, it doesn't really matter if you keep on going toe-to-toe. All it takes is one chance. There will be one opportunity for Fortress, at least. And this might be it, where State don't have a huge amount of money in the reserve. Could be the opportunity, if Fortress win this round, to put themselves on 12 map point on their opponent's pick. Still, since that initial contact, Fortress have gone quiet. Still towards the lobby. Not really making any moves. Finally, steps being heard. JiJieHao being sent out. Patty dodging utility. Finds first pick on the top up. We'll be able to double down here. Xanto as well. Way up the rafters. Xanto will not be cleared about. Patty and Xanto alone just dismantle that. Good initial opening find from State, from Fortress, but slow things down and it goes against them, so State will hit 11. And that probably was the most important round of the game, in fact, as neither team's economy was in a good spot. Neither team had any real loss bonus apart from the 1.9 for State. And Fortress, they're going broke. They are fully invested in this one. They don't want to give up 12 to State, but in doing so, they could give up the whole game.
Yeah, big risk around this investment for Fortress. They are going to be heading towards ramp. Timing of the nade will soften heavily. Look at that HE from Xanto. And now, all about timing. Xanto will be able to find one continual aggression. Xanto finds 4. Xanto gets a quad kill. That was a full buy there from Fortress and Xanto. Wow.
Yeah, it does a fair bit of damage with the nade, and just Tech9's playing a tricky angle to find that accuracy with the weapons, and Fortress can't find. They go for the force buy to deny this exact moment where State hit 12, but unfortunately goes against them. This round doesn't look much better in terms of the buy. Not a lot of utility, just pistols, and State. So they are going to be the ones to find, particularly as Slime finds the opening kill as well. Bomb crossing. Tease here, there's a gap in the smoke. Slime gets a collat on 2 players, brings him down solo. He swaps over to the Deagle to find from range. When you go for the Deagle over the orb at that range, you've got to respect it. I mean, Fortress are down here towards his lower side, but look how battered and bruised they are. 2 players softened up. King Shield, the only one with any real health, and there's 1 smoke. Here comes that smoke now. Bomb plant. Nade of it. Slime will spot. Slime will find. What a round he is having here.
What a game he's having. 20 kills. Xanto also with 20. Bukrabedre in a 1v4 will be able to find the first. Slime. Eagle in hand. Now holding the vent, but recognition of the final player now. Bukrabedre getting flanked as well. There's a nade. There's a molly. There's an Orba who wants the kill. But it will be found there at the end by Xanto. Look, 13-10. It's a much more respectable scoreline. Obviously, out of Fortress than what we saw most recently. They lost this map 13-5, obviously, to State. So Fortress, they've clearly upped the ante here on Nuke, but not enough to win it. Any closing remarks from you, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you can look at it in a couple of ways. I think you could probably point out State not quite being at the races today on this map. But round number 20, without a doubt, the most important round of that game. If we ended up seeing Fortress win that round, that they started things off with the advantage. If it wasn't for Patty, if it wasn't for Xanto on that bomb site, there's a good chance Fortress do win that, and then it would be State with that decision. Do you go for the force buy then? Do we go for the eco? Do we give up 12? And we could have been seeing a bit of an inverse of what reality actually ended up showing. But yeah, State, I think they got away with things there. It was their map pick. We are moving on to, I mean, statistically the strongest map for Fortress, one of their most played as well in recent times of Ancient State. Already said though, they've had some decent games at it. It's not been perfect, but been able to get wins against 100 Thieves and the likes of them. So we're hoping that they are going to be able to bring some level of heat. But I think map number 1 is certainly going to be a bit of a humbling moment. If you don't show respect to Fortress, they will punish you.
Yeah, look, definitely. I was impressed by Fortress. I actually think that there's loads of positives to take away from that map. But sadly, the only positive they couldn't find was the map victory. But now we're going to be heading to that second map of the series. It is Ancient. It is the pick of Fortress. I'm excited to see it in action. But before we get there, we're going to be jumping to a break. Alrighty, well, here we are. Second map of the series is going to have to be a big performance here from Fortress, otherwise they will get eliminated. But has to be said, Charlie, Fortress, they did put up a pretty good fight. They did pretty well.
Yeah, now on their map pick, we'll have to see what they do, but Querzan, Zanto, well, hoping kills initially. There is a T on this bomb site still, not being greedy. And he somehow still manages to find Patty. Clearly, I have no idea as to where he actually was. I don't know where he was quite looking. Great fight from Slime, though. If he finds this kill, round is over.
Bedray realizing this as well. Smoke on the bomb. This is going to cause some problems. Oh, great find from Bigger Bedray, though. Oh, Greeny! He's able to find him. What is that? Quad kill out of Granny, sorry. What a round. How's that just happened?
Yeah, I mean, that's really poor from State. 2 opening kills, you've got a low HP Granny on the back of the bomb site, and everyone, I mean, it's clearly not communicated how low he is. Everyone's just trying to spam for these heads. 1 bullet's all that's needed to be found. No one on State can connect it at all. And very much let that one slip. Fortress, a pistol round that they were constantly fighting just to even get a bomb plant, just to even have a chance of winning it. And let's come out on top, though, will be a 4-5 from the State. UMP9s with a couple of upgraded pistols now. Obviously, Fortress, they win this, they can advance their way through towards those playoffs, which will be, I mean, it will be massive for them, in fact. Obviously, if they loser of this, though, that is elimination. The side of match can be brutal. Already seen Lazer Cats advance through in this Group A. Made sent, Brand. Down slightly by this. You can see the live odds at the top. State, again, massively favoured, just like they were on Nuke. Flash through the smoke. King Shield will find one, spread it out. Patty takes a fair bit of damage. Through the wall, again, concentrate. Zanto, boosted up. You've got Slime who can take this pressure away. Slime does one more than that. He finds you the Deagle, gets a tag here as well. Wait for his teammate to surge. The spams on this boost from Zanto will not connect. Surely not another round. These two players are so low. Bedray, 1 missed shot will cost him, but the jump in MP9 fine. State respond to the 4-5 victory.
Great response from State. Going for that investment. I felt like actually we should have probably won that pistol. Unable to do so. Zanto, though, he's made a lot of money in this round. Slime can just drop over this AK and get out of the AWP if he wants. Feel like it would be a bit of a risky decision, especially as they are going to be expecting a purchase out of Fortress. But Slime can drop over another rifle as well, I believe. I don't love the purchase of these MP9s. Oh, Fortress are fleecoing. They'll be able to get a buyout in the next, but it's not going to be great. They've lost their second round force and they've ecoed. I guess because they get bomb plants in both, but...
Yeah, I mean, you're not normally given the option. And maybe thinking, look, we're confident in our range here, we just want weapons in play.
MP9's going to find 7 kill set. They get 3.
Just losing one player in Patty.
I guess their buy's not going to be that bad. They've got 3 AKs, 2 Galils. Util's not awful. They've got 12 pieces. 13 now. Buka Bedre and Ars can both drop over a HE grenade, and they've opted not to. However, I don't think it's going to change the game, but Oh, I like it. Speedy play from State towards Shelf. Ask. Gotta be cautious here. Very aggressive Quez. Can get found. Patty needs the trade here, though. Patty will be able to get the trade. Instantly taken down by King's Shield, though. So man advantage for Fortress. Space being taken towards A. They're going to go into the path of Slime. This could be a problem. Now going shoulder to shoulder. Orpa holding for... Is he holding for the boost? What's he holding for? Well, Slime, he will connect eventually.
Man advantage for State, but 2Ts are split. King Shield. He's holding his ground for now, but it's actually these CTs that advance. King Shield, half HP. State don't overstay their welcome and back well to the bomb site with the information and the damage gained. Phoenix instead now advances through cave. Timing again is looking rough for Fortress.
Yeah, this is so tough. They could get blindsided here. Oh, they've not been spotted. They're going to be a reroute here, though. Queenix, is he going to keep to this MP9, or is he just going to assume, oh, okay, well, they're probably not up top ramp. Queenix, there we go. He's got them both. We'll find them both as well. State 3-1 scoreline. We'll go 4.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the decision of the second round, or technically the third round eco, I suppose, from Fortress after they lost the Force by to State. But yeah, State got a couple of times where they got some really good time in there. In that 3 versus 2, put themselves in good standing. Need to upgrade to a few of those AKs as well, and their economy. They can win this one cleanly. Their economy is going to be in a really, really good spot. It's already it's in a, not far off 5k on a few players. You've also got a couple of AKs. You've got the AWP out. Got everything you could ask for. Got to try to keep this one clean. There are upgraded pistols. Ask does have armor. There's no utility on this at all. It's going to have to be brute force with how we see State break into this round.
Flashbang coming over. Acting as a bit of a deterrent, though. No one actually swinging with it. Strong setup towards B. I actually like this setup from State. It's early contact towards B. Instead of pushing down the ramp, they say, actually, we're just going to have a really good set of crossfires. We've got someone who can flash us in cave if we need. Just got the AWP of Slime holding for the back away from Shelf. Triple swing coming through. A lot of damage has been dealt with. The smoke towards top ramp. Can evacuate quite comfortably here now. Patty. Great find from Bran. And this is where maybe we should be playing a more advanced setup. I say that. Queenix and Quez. Very simple. Very, very comfy there. 4-1 the scoreline. Already State things are looking positive. We do need to mention, Charlie, both these teams quite heavily prefer the T side here on Ancient. So I think for Fortress, there could be a slight worry about them. Maybe not yet, but I think the result of the next full buy versus full buy could change the thought process, the expectations of this map.
Yeah, I mean, really good. If they can get off to a good start, early gunfight from Patty will come out on top. A lot of contact made behind this. Slime finds as well, and you miss it already. Fortress a bit down and out in this round. Wow. Oh, the pace of that. 26 seconds that round lasted. It was a weapon round as well. It wasn't a rush either from Fortress. It was just State picking apart players. Fortress desperately trying to get something back to work with in that round. All the gunshots, all the bullets connecting. Slime actually really good stars to the map from him. He's had a lot of impact with this AWP. It's a difficult map to have a huge amount of impact at times.
Yeah,
AWP on Ancient. So the fact that we're seeing Slime have this impact from the get-go, yeah, all the credit to him.
We talk about it on Ancient a lot, especially when an AWP has many opportunities and just isn't able to find the kills. You have that kind of difficult and awkward question of, well, actually, should you be playing an AWP? Maybe switching back to a rifle, trying to take some space with your teammates can offer a bit more of a helping hand. But I like what we're seeing from Slime. He's just saying posted up towards A. They have to realize that they've slipped here. They have to know that there's a gap in middle when that smoke was down. Quez surely has indicated this. No one seems worried at all. Quez could be getting flanked. Granny could have been in the back lines for Quez by now. And now there's that slight realization, that slight recognition. All going to be about timing here. Granny gets a freebie onto Quez. How was that not realized? Quez was the player in red room. That's embarrassing. That's so poor. Deep smoke as well. Slime under pressure now. Nade of the smoke. That's he going to go through. That's so poor there. Let's see what Slime can do. Orb in hand, flashbang coming through. There is a player in main, so can't comfortably stay here. Orb can't connect, though. He's lucky that Brown was chipped away at, because I think that would have definitely just been a leg shot. Nade landing. Oh, look at the damage. Obviously, these players, some are unarmored. That molly is going to take down King Shield, so he has to swing out of it. Bukra Badre will get the trade. 2 versus 3, but State were prepping for a save. This round, huge round out of Fortress, but it's all because of the space-taking measures from Granny. But how has he been able to take Donut without anyone knowing? How has he been able to slip into CT without anyone knowing? Really, really poor.
Yeah, I think Patsy's push through the smoke as well was sort of one step too far. There's not a huge amount of equipment that Fortress had to work with, so, ooh, that's disappointing. Seeing 2 players just go down to the bomb there when State gave them near enough the whole map to play with. I mean, look, it's not going to stop Fortress from having a buy in this one, but it stops them from being able to grow money, really. You can see King Shield 4.6k. He ended up getting dropped or getting given that weapon, so he didn't need to purchase up himself. But that could have been 3 players. You could have had 3 players sitting on a really healthy amount of money, but yeah, not so much. There's still certainly the chance that we can see Fortress instantly put on the back burner in terms of their equipment again. Slime continuing. King Shield being invested on this map by Slime. He goes back for 3 pieces. Will work out for him here when he's able to catch off Quez and just slips away. As what is this now? We just haven't played push through these smokes. The CTs are being caught off. It's going to be a pivot over towards A. Santo is here towards Donut. Queenix fast behind these mid players just as they're about to slip in towards this smoke. Brand spot. Queenix finds the first. Will be traded out shortly after. Bombs being heard, being scooped up. The Molotov being thrown, and Patty's going to make the wrap around towards T-spawn now. He's going with a fair bit of pace as well. And he starts to press this shift key.
I don't think Fortress will ever recognize this. Will Patty have the discipline though? No, he won't. Okay.
I don't think he needs it.
No. To be fair,
okay, they're still around it. I mean, look how much attention he drew from that Molotov. It's brilliant from Patty. 25 seconds on the clock. Krabedre didn't really have the time to fully clear out Patty's position as he starts to flank around towards A main now. Thinks better of it. Will head in towards middle. I mean, time is so low, and with how Xanto's playing, that he won't be taken down. He's going to be able to hear this. He can look to deliver this ball planted on the corner. Spam's more than good enough. There's they again rectifying potentially their mistake in the last, and this is what I was highlighting with those players going down to the bomb as well. I mean, they could have easily bought in this round. Instead, they are going to buy, but it's just 4 Galils. They up to 6, 1 round off, win and a half.
yeah, look, I think for State, this is already a very good display. 3/4 of the round so far. You'd expect them to find 8 at least. Quez, great find onto Brand of Fortress. We mentioned they went Inferno, they've gone Cash, they've now selected Ancient, and all in kind of the hope and the want for the right answer, but ultimately, it's not worked out very well. This purchase has gone so sour as we're looking at a 5-on-1.
King Shield's in a tough Map here anyway. That orb shot will re-peek into things. Able to find Patty. Queenix now advancing down the ramp. When a King Shield looks to peek on out again, he will be found. Not ready for Quest to be this deep. No scope. Desperate. Won't connect though. And that's 7 found from State. Sure, loss bonus is at max for Fortress, so they can always invest in something at least. But with only a handful of rounds left to play out this half, if State keep this pressure up, I mean, this could be their map, their series that they're taking in simple enough fashion. Where's the pressure? Then 8 helps them down. It doesn't actually find the play. He's spamming out the whole time. But it's a clean sweep. There's 5 survivors.
Look, I've got to say, State, this is a brilliant performance. I think a really key determining kind of factor of how dominant this game's been is you just have to look at the deaths. Xanto's only got 1, Slime with 3, Queenix with 3. We've only seen a handful of kills here. There's only been 9 kills. 19 kills, sorry. 19 kills on the side of Fortress after 10 rounds. Where's aggressing? He'll get 1. Brand, this is a bit of a risky one. He's going to get swung by the cave player as well. Slime can find on the AWP. Man advantage now for State. Nice bit of damage from Patsy. Could be searching for more if he wants, but they have got that man advantage. They really don't need to. Queenix, that's a nice find. It will be a continuance. Certainly heard the steps of Ask. Will swing on a timing. Ooh, nice shot out of King Shield. 1v4 gone 1v3.
Nothing more to be done. Will eventually be struck down by Slime. We've got 14 kills here. Patty up to 13 as well. State up to 9. And that's the more damning of all of them. And look, it really did feel like State probably came into this series looking at their last 2 that they played against Fortress over the last couple of months, where it's been really simple, where they have dominated them at times. It's been a comfortable 2-0 both times they played them before. It feels like they probably came into this game maybe with a lack of respect. Fortress, perhaps they did a bit of work on Nuke, perhaps State weren't at the races. Whatever it was, map number 1 was close, but State, you can almost see how they shifted their mentality. Okay, this is a Fortress side that we could have quite easily lost on Nuke. We spoke about it in the pre-game, or the post-game, sorry, of map 1, that all it took, round number 21, if it went the other way, it probably is State that 1-0 down in this series. But yeah, here we are with State just playing superb Counter-Strike, and there's a reason why they are right up there in terms of teams, in terms of rankings. One of the higher ranked teams VRS-wise at the event. I think they're technically 3rd in that category, and they are showing why. State, they want to find double digits in this first half. 2 kills away. Slime and to search for a 16th pick, eventually will back away after his teammate Slime
they assume
with the
it's him?
no-scope.
Why did they assume it was him? For some reason, they must have just thought, oh, double AWP in play, but not the case. Wow, okay. 10-2 the scoreline. It's 2 players. Sat above 14 kills, kind of says it all. And I don't know whether to kind of chalk up the brilliance of Nuke from Fortress as, oh, okay, well, maybe we just saw a slow start from State, because this is really dominant. And we mentioned the positives, and there were plenty throughout Nuke for Fortress, yet now doesn't feel like there's much to talk about here for Fortress, apart from elimination. That is the expectation from this position. Granny, nice find. Traded, though. Quick trade, and now we've got a split. Patty, he'll find ours. Has he spotted Brand? Well, Brand gets traded. 3-on-2 now. King Shield kind of needed to find a pick through the smoke there, unable to do so. Flashbang on King's Shield. Bukrabedre attempting through the smoke, can't connect. They've got a molly as well. And Xanto's just going to line this up. Oh, it's round over. It's pistol round over. Not aided by that kill. We don't even get to see the kind of contingency plan of Xanto's Molotov.
And look, this map started off with State squandering a really good opportunity on the pistol round. They went like a 4v2. Granny being one bullet from death, and it felt like, okay, this could be difficult for State, but as soon as the weapons have been in play, it's been all there. They've only dropped one round since that moment, and it was around where we saw what Granny slit the net. He like pushed all the way through Donut into CT, and that was just on a good timing. That's the only round they were able to win. A half buy. I mean, it says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, they haven't won a single full buy versus full buy here. King Shield, nice find on the Deagle, but Slams Molotov. It spreads and finds. King Shield spamming through down to 1 HP. He'll regret that one.
Oh, he will go down.
Oh, maybe not. How?
Okay.
Well, Slime's back 10. He's found a second in this round. Deep nade landing onto Granny. There we go. Dunking on. This will be 12. And however silly it seems, the CTs kind of have to save. Oh, we're going to see a flash kill him. Please peek into the flash. I always love it when you see the kind of the connection of utility get the kill.
I mean, the CTs will do what you said.
They have to save. But
they stick around for a moment just in case anyone offers up a little more, an incentive, a reason for them to go for it.
Terrorists win.
12 on the board, 10 needed from Fortress just to keep themselves alive, not in this series alone, but in this event. As Fortress, their nemesis in the stake, again, feel like they're going to 2-0 them. We saw it in Group A already. Saw it, a handful of days ago in that opening round. And it's going to be what starts and what ends Group A, it seems. State 1 needed. The buy consists mainly of SMGs. There's 1 M4. And again, rinse and repeat, back towards B. Keep things simple here. Look to trade things out, and that's what they do. Xanto gets a double. Man advantage for State. One plant will come through. Bedray not going for any spams here, so 40 seconds is what Fortress have to work with. Fortunately, King Shield has invested in a defuse kit.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of util as well. Molly, smoke, 2 flashes. The issue is look at the positioning of Quez. He's super deep here, and he's not going to give the CTs much time to set up this util. Nice find from Granny. Patty to get the trade, but now it's all on Granny. 3 survivors in the round. Triple from Xanto. Every single player there, Charlie, on double-digit kills for State. It really says it all. Their bottom performer being Queenix with a 2 KD, 10 and 5. What a performance there on Ancient. We mentioned for Fortress going into this map that they've got the win rate advantage. It feels like maybe this is their best chance to push to Cash. However, Cash has been a difficult map for them. We don't even get to see it. State dominant 2-0. They're super dominant on Ancient. Any final closing remarks from you, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, look, we tried to see Fortress go for something a little bit different. We saw them go for Inferno the first time these two teams played. We saw them actually obviously try for Cash. Here, they tried to pick Ancient. It feels like they are still trying to work out maybe what map can they punish teams on. Not quite working out. I mean, their nuke looked pretty decent, to be fair, but I definitely think State weren't at their best there. That Ancient was State at the best. That is the difference between what State can deal to a lot of these teams. And this is the reason why State, coming into this series, we were expecting them to win it. This is why the odds were so favoured throughout, even when they were 3-0 down on nuke, and you didn't see the odds shift at all. They were still like 10 to 1.02. It was always going to be favoured for State here. In towards the playoffs now for State, advancing through Group A. That's obviously themselves and Lazer Cats both advancing from here. Still got 3 more games to round out this group stage today. And I think I don't quite think there'll be anything like that. I think there's probably going to be a bit more competition in some of these latter ones.
Yeah, look, you certainly think so. We mentioned that this was going to be the dominant game. This is going to be maybe the one that we were kind of expecting a 2-0. But sadly for Fortress, they are eliminated. Next up, though, we've got Los Kogutos against X-Mana, already saying that this one should be a bit closer. I'm excited to see it in action, but Charlie, we got a bit of a break, about an hour and 20 minutes until we go into that series. So you got time to grab yourself some food, a drink, go for a walk, whatever. And then we'll be back for Group B's decider match in about an hour and a half. Pretty dominant 2-0 in the Group A decider game, and Charlie, we could be seeing something similar here as X-Mana faced off against Los Kogutos. What are your initial expectations as we head in?
Probably the opposite of what you just said. I don't think it will be a dominant 2-0 at all. I think it will be a bit of a brawl, a bit of a bloodbath between these two teams. We obviously have got to see a head-to-head that they literally played an hour and a half ago. That they finished not long ago. It was a 2-0 on that occasion. Was a pretty dominant map number 1. But it's the second map for me that makes me think, okay, this one's going to be a little bit closer. It came right down to the wire on Nuke. I think Dust 2 is probably something that X-Mana won't let happen again, considering it was their map pick. They ended up losing 13-4 on it. I think there's a good chance they either don't pick Dust or they'll look into something else. For me, maybe it's just a gut feeling, but I do think this is going to be one that goes the distance.
Yeah, I think going into today, I would have assumed it goes the distance. I think the previous fixture maybe is going to kind of sully my thoughts. But obviously with this X-Mana side, we're looking a lot of Bledded. He had a huge performance in the game I got to see from him the other day. I thought Bledded was just absolutely incredible, putting up huge numbers, as was Zonic. I thought Zonic played really, really well. It was that kind of final map in the final map in the game against New Vision. I thought he played really, really well, as did Zonic. So I'm looking at those two to be the difference makers. Don't get me wrong, they still have a lot of talent on this team. It's not as though it is just those two players. I want to see a bit more from Server. He's kind of dropped in form over the last couple months. I think Zonic as well, look, 0.97. I think we know that the level he can play at. I think this X-Mana team, they did really struggle earlier today, and I think they have struggled in the last couple months, as has Los Kogutos. I don't really know why Los Kogutos or Los Kogutos, however we want to say, I don't know why they're struggling so much, because you look at these names and this is like, oh, okay, well, this is a team that can maybe comfortably get through group stages, make runs in playoffs, be a bit of a dark horse in playoffs. Yeah, for some reason they've just fallen massively flat. So I'm intrigued to see how they do play today. But yeah, we'll move over to the Los Kogutos roster. You can give us maybe a bit of a rundown of this team and why things aren't going so well, because I don't really know why.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a strange team, to be honest, in terms of they've been cycled in and out of the Los Kogutos name for a little while. It feels like, particularly with a lot of names on the roster, we saw them on previous different Polish teams in similar levels. They have now come together. The core of this team playing with one another for a little bit longer. We've recently seen YBRO departing and making room for Hot Dog, a player who I haven't got to see too much from, at least anytime soon. Look, it's a side that it feels like I've seen the exact same win rate with the exact same players under a different banner 5 months ago. It just feels like it's a team that I don't particularly see a huge future for, if I'm being as blunt as possible. It feels like this is a side that stagnated for a while. They're continuing to stagnate. They are good players. There's a lot of good pieces to this team. I mean, Tomoko's form hasn't been unbelievable since sort of coming back under the Los Kogutos banner. Want to see a lot more from him. Marcus is always relatively reliable in terms of his rating, but I've never massively been mind blown by the guy consistently. I just don't know what to expect from this team, and this is the biggest sort of criticism I can get. I just don't know what the project's goal is, because I think there are a lot of pieces. I just haven't, unfortunately, seen any evidence that this team is going to be able to make it that step further, unfortunately, which is disappointing, because I think it's a team that, on their day, in their absolute peak, this can be a side that can be really threatening. Like we saw them earlier this year, 70th in the world VRS, around that at least. Obviously, slightly different roster. You had Nami or YBRO still on the roster then, but it feels like they're more flash in the pan moments. They have a month where the form seems to be at its peak, and then it steadily drops down and down and down. I hope this team can prove me wrong. I really do, but I've seen so many of these faces in the server so many times, and it seems like it's the same old story, really.
Yeah, well, look, we don't see that Dust 2 picked up by X-Mana. They've gone for Mirage instead. Look, I think the difference between both teams statistically on Dust 2 is pretty similar to what they are on Mirage. Ex-Mana, they might feel like they have the step up there. I think they did just get absolutely bodied on D2. And you know what? Personally, I really hate the decision to change, because I know their Dust 2 haven't been perfect, but I think for Ex-Mana, they've got to go, well, 9 times out of 10, we look to pick Dust. Okay, yes, we did get blown out of the water. We did have a really tough performance on Dust 2 earlier today. But 2 things. Firstly, you just had 3 players absolutely fragging, absolutely destroying on Los Kogutos in Mari, Marcos, and Tomoko, right? But I also think the problem is first series of the day, right? It's what, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. You're not going to be fully warmed up. You're not going to be fully ready for kind of CS. Players are always going to be a little bit foggy, whatever, right? We saw it in the previous series, right? We saw a super dominant first map, or no, it's a super dominant second map, but you see it from time to time where, okay, yeah, things just don't go to plan on your map selection. I actually really dislike the fact that the Ex-Mana have changed with the vetoes. It really doesn't scream that they're confident in their team at all, because, look, yes, okay, they've got a negative win rate on the map, but you shouldn't be switching. In my opinion, you really shouldn't, especially when, ultimately, Mirage is going to be a better map for Los Kogutos.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can look at it like that, but it is literally just an hour and a bit ago these guys finished that series, but they did just get battered on Dust 2. I don't think you can be feeling confident at it at all, and I think that's relatively understandable, but they've played a lot of Dust. It'll be interesting what happens on Mirage. And this is the thing. It's always difficult to know with sides in terms of how much has changed. Has Dust 2 been something Los Kogutos have looked to work on slightly, or was it literally just a one-off freak victory? It's tough to gauge sometimes.
It's weird
with that.
Looking at Ex-Mana's recent games on Dust, they look tragic. They've played, what, 9 games, I want to say? Yeah, they played 9 games. They've lost it 7 times. And then when you look at their Mirage stats, in their last 7 games, they've won it 6 times. Why do they pick Dust? Why do they even pick it, though? Like, Dust is their go-to map pick, but why?
I mean, that's the thing. Look, you can go through purple patch, you can go through rough patches, and evidently the Dust 2 right now doesn't quite click in the same way. So, yeah, I mean, I'm all for switching to something different. It didn't go well today. Don't let history repeat itself. If you need to change something, if you need to take a step back and say, yeah, look, there's problems to this, I'd rather them admit it than just sort of keep on throwing something in the wall until it sticks. So at least we're going to see that to some degree. I am still favouring this Los Kogutos side. I know I was a little doom and gloom on them. This is still a roster that should be doing far better than what they are now. I don't know if they'll reach the heights of where we've seen some of these players reach before, but this is still a roster that should be far better than 200th in the world.
Yeah, you definitely think so. Look, I think we're going to have an exciting series on our hands. Obviously, we're going to be kicking things off on Mirage, but we're not going to be getting there yet, Charlie. We're going to be jumping to a short break, and then hopefully we'll be in the action very soon. Right, well, here we have it. We've mentioned that there's a bit of a differential in the vetoes. We do still have Nuke and Ancient if needed. But Mirage, it feels like a bit of a no-brainer pick for X-Man. I kind of discredited it initially, and then I've taken a bit of a deeper dive at the latest stats, and it really does feel that Mirage could be their knock-in pick. What are we thinking, though? You're saying it's closer. Are you thinking 3 maps closer? Or...
Yeah, I mean, I think we will go the distance in this. I'm expecting Los Kogutos to be able to win it. I do think we probably will go to a third and final, though. Yeah, I do expect us to end up making it all the way, to be honest. I don't quite know in terms of like orders of which teams I think are going to win which maps or anything like that. Certainly haven't read the script, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm expecting this Los Kogutos side to be able to bring us on towards Ancient. Expecting X-Mana to bounce back from a pretty disappointing series that they played earlier today against the obviously very same side. I think Mirage will definitely be a tone setter for this. Los Kogutos are still sticking with Nuke, which obviously went the distance. That one felt a little bit coin flippy earlier today. Felt like that Nuke could have gone either way, to be honest. Los Kogutos, they did make a superb comeback. They ended up being down 11-4. So they themselves might look at that and say, oh, got away with one there, but if we pick it again, we shouldn't have as poor a start. We should be able to iron out some of the issues that we had on the T side. Maybe sort things out what happened on the start of the second half. Things like this, but yeah, definitely did get a bit uncomfortably close, but I certainly think Los Kogutos are going to look at X-Mana's T side and think that's very vulnerable.
Well, sadly, we're in a tech issue. I'm not too sure what the occasion is for, but time is ticking, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah, I had a bit of a tech before we went live, and it seems like just iron out a couple of final issues. Well, here we go. X-Mana on the T side of their map pick of Mirage. You spoke about some of their decent success that they've had on this map recently.
Very slow pistol here for X-Mana. They will make their way out of middle now, and Markosh, that's an easy find. And Markosh again. Amar will take down Mari in the process, though.
Advantage for ETs. And I can't find Tomoko here. Adrian inside this connector smoke, this hot dog finds. Adrian pushes through. That's a nice pick from him.
Ooh, that's a snappy shot for Amar. I know he's chipped away at, but it's a doable round. Jumping into window, that's the best position to go, but... He's going to head through into CT. This is an excellent timing, especially with Markosh being towards apartments. Oh, he's kind of lost this opportunity now. He's going to have to clear out portions of the B-bomb site. Plant will be safe from here, though. Okay. Let's see what happens in this. Still winnable, still doable.
Always depends on timing. They'll spot out Markosh, but not before his own head gets domed in. Kogutos will find themselves this pistol here on their opponent's map pick. Obviously, spoke a little bit about X-Mana's Mirage in general. We haven't touched too much on the polls. They've had a few more tough times. Don't get me wrong, some close games in there, but until yesterday, where they ended up besting Unity. Before that game, they won a 5-map loss streak on this.
I think as well, when you look at the level of opponents, they're kind of within the same conversation / realm of X-Mana. Obviously, a lot of close losses, but yeah, I think X-Mana, they could do a job here on Mirage.
Has been taken here. It is this Force by, of course. Hot Dog goes down. Alien's already fallen earlier in this one. X-Mana looking pretty good to respond. There is an awful Markosh, which certainly could surprise Los Kogutos, but with 1v1s just being taken across the map and 1v1s being won, Markosh, his only intent is going to be, how do I keep this AWP alive? How do I bring it into the next? Valon searching. Let's remove some of these weapons. Mari is nearby. Mari finds the first. There's a second player close.
Or most likely going to get taken down here, surely to be hunted.
Nice fight from Markosh, and does he live? He has to hit this shot.
Oh, he's behind the smoke.
Ooh.
He does live. Wow, okay. Obviously, saving the AWP is key, especially with this being the reinvestment. X-Mana, great force buy there. As you said, it was kind of just those 1v1s that they take across the bomb site. Charlie, we're going to be seeing a lot of this. It's exactly what we saw in Ancient the other day. We see a lot of this kind of game plan of taking these risky fights, and actually, it's an interesting T side because kind of as a third party, just watching on prospectively, it's quite difficult to kind of praise / caution their T side because it can really work. Very default heavy. Markosh has gone and got himself a double. He's peeking for more. Big greedy. His team are going to be trying to help, but in doing so, they've really messed this one up. I really don't know why they've just done that. Markosh doesn't need to hide from under. Look at Adrian. Adrian's in such a good spot. He doesn't need this. Look at Mari as well. Markosh is getting chipped away at. Adrian going to be peeking. Ammo will find Markosh. They should just get themselves onto the B-bomb site now. That's Valen going to get swung. Quick shot from Valen. Adrian trading, but they'll have an open B-bomb site. I really don't know what Los Kogutos are doing there. It feels very amateur. The second we see that double kill, it is a 5v3. Space has been taken towards apartment, so it's not like Markosh needs to fight his way out. It's not like the teammates need to swing as well from short and from connector. They just throw away that 5v3. Really poor there from Los Kogutos.
Yeah, it feels like they want to sort of end things here and now, but it just goes against them. A couple of missed shots from a few players obviously didn't help. And it'll be X-Mana who can put themselves on top. Not just with 2-1 here, but knowing that the money's not in a good spot for the CTs. Chance for 3 to be achieved as well. On the T side of Mirage, or anything you can get to help you out. Yeah, really can't complain about. I mean, both teams actually have pretty good stats on both sides, but obviously you want to put yourself in as good a position as you can on the stronger side of this map. Just going to be a couple of upgraded pistols, if that, alongside Adrian and his AK. All eyes on this AK. Any chance for a heroic moment feels like it will come from this man. early contact being made. AK of Adrian is still here towards window, just slowly jiggling. But the team's not making much contact. Kogutos are not over-rotating at all. Towards window. Been sent over towards shore. Adrian, does he dare peek into window?
He's been spotted
and yeah, easy kill.
Bledded is such a key element here for ex-Mana, and not just on the CT side as you'd usually expect from the AWP, but on the T side. His ability to find opening kills and to be a real difference maker is what nets ex-Mana such success, and he's done it again. Finds Hot Dog. Very nice. Will be this pivot towards the B-bomb site. Tomoko's trying to get in the action here. He will find one, but traded out by Valen. That's key, and now that AK deep behind enemy lines. No way of saving that.
Has been tagged down. I don't think there's a chance he'll go down though if Bledded now holding the angle. Oh, missed shot though. Hands on towards the back of the bomb site. How are these? Sorry, goes on to Vine Balance as well. These are just, there's not a lot being saved here, but ex-Mana wanted to remove some of this weaponry, but it does come back to haunt them. I think they will actually be able to remove that AK. How is Marcus being able to sneak? Actually, that was Mari, okay. No bother. Just a deagle going down. The 3-1, as expected. Decent bit of damage dealt there at least. A couple of kills from Los Kogutos, but the money's still in a relatively decent spot for ex-Mana as they look to start to extend their lead on their map pick. See if they can be a bit more dominant.
This is where Los Kogutos, they need to kind of change the narrative. Hot Dog positioning here for the MP9 looks good. Sub has been chipped away, as has Valen. So this should be a positive look for Los Kogutos in this round as they force them back from B. Serb is low, so got to be cautious here in middle. Setup towards A is good, as we've got Mari just jiggling. I think Mari's certainly a one to watch on this team, isn't he? He can be such a difference maker. Flashbang in window. Space being taken now. Okay, we're going to be seeing the smoke in window. So space can be taken now, both towards short, towards connector. Smoke top con indicating that it will be a playthrough short, and this is where we need to see a rotation from Marcos. Why is he still just sat in window? Tomoko's timing on the swing looked good. Only just the one kill found. Hot Dog, nice damage. That's really key there, but he's getting chipped away at. Needs to find a pig. Will find it jumping. A rotation from Marcos has come through, but it's a pivot. It's a pivot now towards the A-bomb site. Serber's taken all of this space, and the over-rotation out of Los Kogutos. The expectation that it's going to be this play through B, but this is the benefit of having just that player in connector. You're able to pivot. He's able to take space towards jungle. That is brilliant. And now Bledded switching to the AK Serber, low HP on the AWP, and recognition of actually it's going to be this playthrough CT now, but no defuse kit, no more utility. ex-Mana destined to find this round, all because of the space retaining connector.
Yeah, and it's a bold thing to do for Server, being so low. All it takes is one player holding for those rotations, and then ex-Mana have very little they can do. Already their B plays being shut down, rotations are there.
Why is there no kit though, Charlie? Why is there no kit? Markosh, he's done that kind of classic AWP. Well, you know, I've got 2k in the bank. I want to make sure I've got enough for the AWP in the next full buy versus full buy. If he has a kit there, I think maybe they give that round a bit of a look. Maybe they've got a chance of finding it.
I think the lack of utility, though, also plays a massive factor.
Oh, massively, yeah.
Just knowing... I mean, they already know that players are towards connector. Hot Dog made contact with them. And knowing where the bomb's planted with no utility, you've got a difficult task ahead of you. You spoke about Mari being one of sort of the ones to watch potentially on Los Kogutos since being back under this banner the last month or so. Mari's form has been really bleak. 0.93 in the last month. It's a little bit better over the last 3 months, but yeah, recent form's been rough for him. Been rough for the whole team, really. Tomoko, I mean, everyone but Marcos, sub 1.0 rating, really, so firepower has on occasion been pretty lacking.
Yeah, Los Kogutos, this is not the start you'd want at all. Obviously, it was a victory for Los Kogutos just 2-3 hours ago against ex-Mana. Pretty dominant map 1 performance, and we're not really seeing that here on Mirage for them. Against them, yes. 4-1, absolutely brilliant. Again, we're seeing these late pivots out of ex-Mana, and I'm really liking it, but whether they all recognize the positioning here. Excellent positioning from the CTs, but they're going to get smoke on the bomb. Great. Really good. Marcos can get a second now. And for Marcos, just keep yourself alive. You've got 2 teammates quickly rotating through CT. Valen, he's under pressure now. A potential flank from Sir. Blended going to be peeking with the ult. Valen gets one. Valen doubles, and Marcos now in a 1v3. He's just going to look to save. Ex-Mana, this is excellent.
Yeah, and this is why I believe we're going to go the distance with this series. I just think ex-Mana's mistakes that they made on Dust.
Oh, he knows about him.
Oh, I mean,
does
does
he
he survive? I think he survives the bomb radius. I think he goes down to the player.
No?
Oh, Serber doesn't actually push quick enough.
11-1 is Marcos. The rest of his team have 8 kills combined.
Yeah, obviously, a fair few of them to save, making sure this orb's being kept alive, but...
We need to start seeing kills on an actual round. He gets that double towards ramp. His 2 teammates go down to Valent. You know, so frequently we're seeing these frags come through from Marcos, but we need to start seeing the rounds.
I mean, this is why... I mean, again, it feels like I'm like a proper Los Kogutos hater today. I'm really not. But it does feel every time I watch Marcos, he always ends with good stats, but I never feel like he's had much impact.
Yeah.
And there's always a lot of kills on saves. Just like I said earlier with Los Kogutos, I hope they prove me wrong. I hope Marcos has tons of impact in these rounds. I hope Los Kogutos have turned things around next month or so, but Hot Dog will go down. Forces out some rotations, Mari towards... In fact, there's a lot of players towards B, in fact, here for the CTs. Boost that up, Tomoko, that's a nice way to get a kill, goes for even more, and actually is able to get even more. And we'll still eventually get that trade, so still advantage for the keys. Bomb to be planted. Mari with this spray on someone who's just thrown a Molotov, doesn't have their gun out. They're able to pull it back out in time, and ex-Mana is going to be 6. They're going to keep this hope train going. And here we go. Back to seeing Marcos get a few picks on saves.
Yeah, well, he wants to keep that one death continuance.
Great Kate.
Yeah, lovely stats. Probably won't matter much though, will it?
I mean, not if the X-Men keep playing like this. This is... Yeah, there's far more competition than what they showed earlier today. This was far off an AWP shot, but we can connect on towards Valent. AWP does remain in play. Sent out Marcos. Here we go. He's right in the epicenter of it now.
I don't think he's going to be able to get a save going in this round. Tomoko will find Zonic. Tomoko again. Lovely double. Marcos already prepping for the save. His team's actually winning the round. That server gets a double. How has Marcos just ended up backing out of this bomb site and getting no impact? Can we stop baiting Marcos? I feel like your teammate needed a bit of help there. He will get one. Server 1 versus 2. He knows that Marcos was here towards Market. This is all going to be out of timing for Server. He's on for the ace, but can't even get the first in that 1v2. 13-1 is Marcos. They finally went around, but that one's only made possible from the double from Tomoko.
It almost looked like he was going to find the third kill in the exact same way. Just someone jumping out of that window, a bit staggered in their approach. He's able to just mow them down and then rinse and repeat. That bit of damage onto the third player as well. I think that was but finally lost kogutos. They break this 6-round streak. Marcos almost found from the get-go. They know that Tomoko elevated himself up. So decent bit of damage dealt. Found early. Some chimes in as well. The util's been heard hitting. But still, Adrian will be found. But 1v4, there's the first kill. kogutos maybe sorting themselves a little bit here.
I think all they're going to do, though, is they're just going to, I guess, save face. It feels like this is all that's going to happen. Just save face in this map a bit. Maybe get to 9 rounds by the end of it all. That's what it feels like to me, anyway.
I mean, I think depending on where this half ends is going to be a pretty good sign as to where the rest of this map might go. I think if kogutos can find themselves 6, I think there's 100% conversation to be had. Like I said, both teams actually have pretty good sides at this. So we'll have to see what kogutos can provide on their T side as well. And look, all it can take sometimes is pistol, misstep on a force buy maybe for X-Mana and then the anti-eco, and you can see a team go from 6 to 9, and at that point you're not far off the finish line from there. So yeah, I really think these last few rounds are going to paint their picture where this goes. But this one is going to be clean from this ETs. 5 survivors. Money's going to be good now for the rest of the half of these guys. As X-Mana bring weapons back out. But from a 6-round streak from X-Mana to a 3-round one from the CTs.
I think as well, obviously, if they win this round, money's in a less than perfect spot for X-Mana, but again, we're seeing a bit of a split approach here on the default from X-Mana. They've got, what, triple towards A at the moment, expecting aggression. If it doesn't come through, then they'll let the other two look to try and apply some pressure and then maybe pivot. I'm not too sure.
Markosh. On the opening kill here. You just see me on the other side of the map, but Mari bounces back with 2. Markosh as well, there you go. He's starting to get involved. And Hot Dog gets the final pick. Los Kogutos, I'm starting to believe that they're coming back now. And with money in a pretty rough spot for X-Mana. 6-6. Feels like it certainly could be on the board. And I think Los Kogutos, sure they're on the CT side, but I think they'll be more than pleased with that outcome, considering how bleak some of those rounds looked as well.
Marcos is 19-1, by the way. 19-1.
Yeah, I mean, he starts to get involved a little bit more in these last few rounds. His impact certainly has been felt. But look, when Marcos is on hot form, I mean, he can be terrifying on the sub. I mean, if he can manage to continue this onto the T side as well, I mean, anything can happen at that point. Final round of the half, it's going to be X-Mana go for a basic A hit.
And Adrian, we see an orbit here, but it's not Markosh. Adrian has his secondary orb. Tomiko, quick rotation through. Will get traded by Amar. Positioning Amari is great. He only gets the 1 there? What? Okay. Molly sent towards triple, I believe it will be. Oh, nice damage from Hot Dog. Serber super low now. Markosh can find him. That's 20 frags. He's got a 20 KD. And the half is 6-6.
It is outrageous, isn't it? 20-1 Marcos in a game that they've been trailing the whole time. I mean, this could be one of those fun stats that you occasionally see on Twitter, like, oh, guess which team won.
I expect it to be in a CS pub quiz question.
Yeah, there you go.
What's the highest KG?
65 kills in a game that they lost 13-6.
What's the highest ever KD? We saw a fun stat yesterday or 2 days ago, I believe. We had a 7.88 rating, I think, out of Shiro. I think it was Shiro. I'll have a bit of a deeper dive there. I'll have a bit of a relook. Yeah. Yeah, Shiro had a 7.88 rating on the T side of Dust 2.
Oh, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
More will be found. Momentum is certainly a powerful thing. This round would obviously be everything here for the T side, but X-Mana aren't willing to give it up just yet. Everyone fighting towards the doors, and it goes against them. There's sometimes a point where you need to just say, let's play out the 2 versus 4.
Well, he knows he's not on it. Okay, that's good information. It's going to be the stick of the bomb. Marcos needs to get the kill. He is able to do so. And now he's got to swing. Surely he's going to swing Marcos. At some point, he's got to. And the crouch. Server crouching. They will win the pistol at Marcos. You have like 6 seconds where not a single movement, not a single shot, nothing. And for some reason, he's still just jumping around in apartments. And he's not even making that loud steps. It's not like he's sure that he's getting pushed on. I really don't know how they don't win that round. But again, Marcos still yet to die. 22 KD. They're losing 7-6.
Yeah, I mean, that's disappointing there for Los Kogutos. I mean, basically every instance it felt like they should be winning that. Good opening kill. They obviously are forcing this back. Proper old-fashioned gunfight out towards middle, but look at the damage dealt. Marcos will die here in this round, surely. teammates have probably seen his POV more than their own.
I know the feeling.
I have no idea what you're referring to. I mean, a minute on the clock.
At what point in this game do we say that he is just quite literally playing for stats?
Well, I mean, I say if he doesn't go
He's
for
in a
this,
1v1 and he doesn't
go
go.
for this.
No, he should never go for this one. Doesn't even have the bomb either. You're 9 HP. What is the point of going for this?
Counter-terrorists win.
22 KD turns to 11 very quickly. ex-Mana. Another on the board for them. Really good reaction to actually have so many players close by towards middle to be able to swing, because it was looking pretty good for the T's at one point there, but it felt like the CT just kept on coming. Oh, here's another player coming from Collins. Here's another from Window.
Charlie, he had a 22 KD until he died. Then it was 11. You know the second highest KD in the server is 1. Amal for 1 KD. How
Adrian
crazy is that? Yeah, Adrian as well.
Lane looks good. Majority will be dodged. Oh, not the second one though. Bloodard finds. Marcos goes down.
Oh,
Mari.
Shattered. It's only 7.33 now. It's tragic.
I do actually think the pistol and force by that were pretty important for Los Kogutos to win. And I think losing that pistol is potentially going to come back and hurt them quite a bit. I mean, we'll see to what extent. Still thrown out towards middle. Serious space has taken a lot of it.
Yeah, I really like this kind of speed. Or just staring at that flashbang. So towards top con here, it's going to be an expected play up short, but the question is whether they're going to be ready for this boost. Mari. I always feel like when a player gets sat up here, you'll just see them. Mari's going to be stuck there for a good 40 seconds. I feel like he's never going to move. No more utility here for Los Kogutos, so an interesting decision. They're going to go B. I don't... No, they're not going towards the A bomb. Surely they're not going A here. Why would you go A? You've got a player in ladder room, and you've got one close window. You've got too much to cut off rotations now. What happens if the opening kill comes through for ex-Mana here? I think round's done. If we see this first kill come through on ramp and it be ex-Mana finding, it can be so problematic here. Adrian just caught slacking. Mari, he's made the audio cue. He will get one. He's on the flank now, but 20 seconds in the positioning here. The A-bomb site is excellent. Oh, okay. Well, Donic has just quite literally let his teammate die, and he only gets one. What is that? Well, it's Marcos. Now in a 1 versus 2, 9 seconds. Needs to try and get the plant off. Great find there. And he will stick the digits. Okay, Valen. He's allowed for the plant. He's hurt. Oh, wow. Marcos can't connect on this occasion. Able to keep himself alive for now. Able to get to under balcony, but misses again. Marcos, you have 2 opportunities. You've got to find it in the second time of asking.
And it's just going to be another round for ex-Mana as they hit double digits here. Look to push on and take things on their map pick. Money is going to be enough, obviously. It's lost full loss bonus now. There's a bomb plant. Los Kogutos are going to invest. But they need something going their way. It felt like that was going to be it. Three towards apartments early. A couple over towards Ram. Some util will be sent out over towards A. There's a lot of CTs here. This is the time to go B. Just Amar defending, and even he's in transition. He's starting to question, but that's a great find. Moves into the bomb side, drops out the smoke to give him more room to play with.
Oh, it's crossed as well. That is brilliant. Mari, that's a quick shot though. Zonic is in the back lines, timing on the stage looks good. Oh, Mari down to 6 HP. Orb can find it now. Into the bomb site is Valen. Markosh 1v4. Right, he's never beaten the allegations. He is just playing for stats. Will be heard. Server will find him as well. Great crosshair placement. Very poor out of Los Kogutos here. Disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Really
I think that's the word. Disappointing feels like the optimal word. A really poor start to this map. Have valiant effort come back. Everyone starts to chime in. Wonder what felt like a really tough round to lose in that pistol. And then from there, they just can't get quite anything going. Look, I expected their T side would be worse than their CT. I felt like the pistol round was needed for them. With that going against them, still yet to find a single full bar round, and X-Mana slowly but surely creeping closer to that 13. It does feel like they are going to be the side to lead. Heading on towards Nuke. Map that they obviously bought 13-11 today. But with a bit more context, they're 11-4 up and failed to win that map.
They were 11-4
in situations like this, yeah. So even in situations like this, they might feel a bit tense.
That's crazy.
Find. Yeah, I mean it's
obviously there is context. It's T-side Nuke. They win the first three, and then the second weaponry is in play.
I mean, still you're 11-4 up. I don't care what map or side you're on. You should win that map.
No, you're right there. Excellent round, really key round. Surely we don't have to see it again, right? 11-6 now, gone 11-7.
I mean, it's something. It's something for Los Kogutos. Been a long time coming. But eventually they are able to find that round. That's be eluding them. Still 4 behind their opponent. Still, money is not going to be the issue for X-Mana. Nice find. Second player here in towards underpass. Swing comes through. But are not holding the angle with the orb. Causes his teammate to go down. Quite out towards middle. He gets 10. The CTs are just about on top. But a 2-on-2 as the dust settles. Never finds one more. Mari in a 1 versus 2 with the bomb just being discovered now by the CTs.
Yeah, X-Mana. They've got a nice advantage going into this round, and Mari needs to capitalize on that information. He's got to catch Zonic now. Will, okay. 1 versus 1 now. Yes, the intel goes Serber's way, but Mari, what are you waiting for? Can pick up a Molotov as well. Got a lot of utility here. If the molly's sent towards TV, you can probably pick up the bomb. I like this from Serber, though. It's great recognition. It's the understanding of actually, Mari, if he spends all this time clearing out and picking up the bomb, he's going to have to head towards the B bomb site. So I'm going to head to B already, and I'm just going to sit and hide. Always repivoting in middle. Mari, I don't think Mari even has a chance to win the round.
I mean, these audio cues are going to be heard.
Yeah. But he doesn't have chance. He can't even
so
plot.
much time.
What's
Yeah,
the plot? Serber should be
alive here. Yeah, rubs a bit of salt into the wounds.
Yeah. I don't get it. He had 50 seconds or maybe a minute when he gets that kill. He just sits in middle for 30 seconds. You don't have time to do that. And also, why is your opponent going to fight you when they've got the bomb?
I mean, it sort of is the genius of leaving the bomb, though. In terms of you can just have players like Mario outplay themselves. You don't even need to be there for them to. I mean, look, Server, it could have been. Server literally could have disconnected Sport, and he would have won that round just because obviously Mario ended up running out of time. Sure, you'd probably say most players would at least give themselves enough time to work with, but yeah, it is. It's a good play from Server, and he ends up getting a reward from it.
Server's going to find a pick in middle. Why have we got an MP5?
It's already found an opening kill here. Mac 10 on Marco finds one as well, even though being brought down to 1 HP. So, whilst kogutos will at least go down swinging.
I think they lose this round. I actually think they lose this round. Well, maybe not now. It's a 1v4 and Zonic's been spotted. Gets the first. I honestly think he wins this 1v4.
HP is so low.
Oh,
I think
he's
just been spotted.
Yeah, he hasn't been seen. We'll get one. Oh, okay, there was a chance there. There was a real chance that we see Los Kogutos fumble that one.
Four more needed, and money here is tough for X-Mana, so they're actually going to have to force this one. I only get one last full buy. You might be able to do it with this round anyway. 4 players stacking over towards the A side of things for X-Mana. Bladed sort of dark in between. Through the smoke. By connecting, Mario opening find, and the EB defense topples. X-Mana had players here, but kogutos match over anything, and that would be 9.
As you said, they might only get one more kind of strengthy purchase. They should get 2, you'd assume. If they invest accordingly. Right, well, I think the big question on everyone's mind is OT or no T, because this could be quite the comeback from Los Kogutos, especially on the T side of Mirage. What, 11-6 was the scoreline, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
Pretty worrying.
I mean, still, look, we haven't had... That one was just a force buy from X-Mana. We need to go here. When they've had weapons in play, more often than not, they have been successful in the second half. Towards middle, Tomoko. Wow, they will chime in. Easy one here, easy anti-eco. And Server alone will surely be found by Marcos. Time slightly goes against Marcos. He ends up getting it back before losing straight up to the USB. And Los Kogutos. It looks like they're more focused on let's remove this weapon than even get this bomb down. Finally, we're going to see Murray get the bomb planted towards B. Server fires off their shot accidentally, which gives away his position. And Tom will go to peek into things. Both players one another there, I think. And let's find from Server. But nothing more will be done. I mean, we could have had the tease for literally everything is there. We've only 2 rounds left. They could have fully invested. Yes, obviously must win in all of them now.
Well, this is kind of it. Ex-Mana. This might be your last proven purchase. Let's not mess it up. Markosh on the Ore will find Zonic. He was 22-1. He's now 25-8. Yeah, ironically, he stopped killing and they started winning. Does find the opener here, though, which is all you can ever ask for from your AWPer. Smoke towards top con as well from Tomiko. Deep Molotov as well to catch off these rotations. If they head up towards A now, this could work out really nicely. Currently only defended by 1. I like the decision, though, from Ex-Mana. Gamble towards A. If it pans out, brilliant. You close out the map. If it doesn't, you can just look to save and get a purchase in round 24. I think this is how they have to play.
Right towards Palace. There's no utility on Valen here. He'll need to deny Los Kogutos towards B with the M4. Time is ticking down. Mari finds Blooded. Will be traded out. Play in towards B. Is looking to be a contact. Valen has spotted. Valen will find. Tries to stick around for a little more. Loses almost all of his HP. But can't evade the AWP shot of Markosh.
Surely they're not going for the miss. Oh, he's just round the corner. Adrian, was he spotted by Ammo? I think he was. I'm certain he was. Oh, this gets awkward with top fight. One Valen spotted. He will find, though. And low HP for both. They're going to have to save. It's going to be a purchase from the T's anyway, but the fact there's only 2 survivors currently for the CTs, it means there should be some form of limitation. No hunt for Los Kogutos, which they don't really need to, but...
I mean, we're going the distance, all 24.
Could very easily go to OT here as well. Would be a huge mistake and a big throw and a big troll and just a big just poor play from Ex-Mana. CT side of your map pick, Mirage, they were 11-6 up. I don't think any team would be worried from that moment on. I don't think any team would be in a I guess disastrous, but you take them to win the map, right? 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100. Yet now, it could go overtime.